And there we go. The microphone is on. I better make sure I'm actually transmitting there. Yep, I see the meter moving. I see it moving, which is all cool. So, Sue Hayes says, hi, Doc, I hear you. Excellent. And I'm glad you do. That is wonderful. And King Cullen says, Doc is on the mic. And no, the mic is sitting on the desk. And I am just talking to the computer screen. Put the chickens away. You better. That'd be interesting. Fried chicken. I haven't had that for a while. Hey, incoming bunny, for those who need to know. I'm going to cut the other two. There we go. All right, now we can see the bunny if anyone needs to be there. Anyway, the host with the most, you bet. Thanks, Linda Schoof. Appreciate that. Anyway, what do we got to talk about today? Well, so far, not a heck of a lot, but we've got some things that are interesting, so we will talk about them soon. Anyway, first one in, and I know Lizoid tried so hard, and he got whooped again, and this time Fluffy was the one who got in first. Let me get that written down here. Hermione and Fluffy. So they get the cookies, and that is awesome. But Lizoid, keep trying. You will make it. You were very close yesterday. You were very close today. So anything is possible, my friend. Anything is possible. We need some lava drama. Well, yeah, I know. Everybody wants lava. We want to see lava oozing down the side of the mountains of every volcano we see. Unfortunately, some of them aren't so polite to allow us to see that. I wish, though. I wish. It would be really cool. Anyway, welcome to everyone in here, and we will get at stuff pretty quick. The cold has a Lizoid sluggish. Yeah, he was outside shoveling snow again, apparently, so maybe that's got something to do with it. He's a little slower than normal. But anyway, welcome to all of you, and we're going to start by saying hi to John Raper and Sue Hayes and Linda Schoof and King Colin Deadman and Gabby and, of course, Hermione and Fluffy and Full Circle Florida, and I hear you, Sharon Stewart, and Linda Schoof and Nancy Buchanan and Kevin Haynes and Tom Dice and Pepper, and let's see, who else we got? We got Gabby already, got Linda, got Sharon, Full Circle Florida, we got John, we got, all right, going up looking for other names. Chuckster is back in the house. Welcome. Kevin Williams is here, and I'm pretty sure I've seen Kevin Haynes in here as well. And Henry Nelson is back. Good to have you on board. And let's see, Tanto is in as well. And bonjour, Tanto, if I did that right. But then we'll leave it as that. I won't go comment ça va. Anyway, let's see. We got Chuckster, we got Henry, we got Nancy. All right, going up more. And let's see. Yep, Kevin Haynes we got. So that's all cool. Still scrolling up, looking for more other wonderful names. Do Free is in and out again. Says, I hit the like button. I got to go back if I can. Oh, okay. Hopefully you can make it back. And let's see, who else we got in here? And still scrolling up, looking for more wonderful people. And I'm sure you guys are in here somewhere. well, you're all wonderful people. It's just looking for the ones I haven't said hi to yet. All right, we got, boy, you're chatty people too. Mona Alfano, welcome. Glad to have you on board. And did I miss anyone else in here? Judy M, we got you. All right, got the email. Judy M got her package mailed to her today. Will take 5 business days to get there. Hopefully that'll arrive in proper time and be, fun. Anyway, Billy Bob Joe says hi, guys, and Doc, feeling pretty bad. I'll be in the lounge tonight. Yep, just rest easy there, Billy Bob Joe, and hopefully things will improve. And let's see, we've got, who else we got in here? We got Gary 24/7 Live AZ Skies, and our other moderators, of course, Arizona Snowman, and Piggy, and C&D Boy, and possibly Lucas Snow, and Joseph Fields, and a few others. So welcome and thank you to the moderators. And let's see, still scrolling up here. Echo, the bot is here. Echo, the bot is here. And, who else we got? Still scrolling up. Boy, lots of chatting going on. Lizoid is here, of course. And let's see, who else we got? That's it. I can't go up any further. All right, and that is it. If there was somebody before that, I missed them. But I do see a Silversmith saying, DrFox2000, I'm here. Yep, way down on the bottom. I do see you there, and welcome. And let's see, did I miss anyone else while I was going up the list? We got Nancy earlier, so that is okay. Klaus H. Guten Abend. Klaus is here from Deutschland, so all good. And I think we are good with names for now. If I did not say hi to you, it wasn't on purpose. Sometimes when we scroll through, we don't see everyone, and we miss a name or two once in a while. If you feel offended, you can yell at me. And you can certainly voice your opinion. You're more than welcome to do so. And I'm pretty sure I said Gabby as well, just so Gabby doesn't get offended. Thank you, Linda Schoof, for renewing for that 11th month membership. They are so glad to be here, she says. Excellent. And Mona Alfano is here as well, going oink, 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 oink. And I have to drive. Bye-bye. Okay, drive safely, Mona, and pay attention to the road. And if you see lava, don't drive into it. Lava can be dangerous, especially if it's red hot and glowing. If it's cooled off already, it'll just be like hitting rocks. Oh, stay safe when you're driving. All right, let's get on with things and see what we've got going on and where we've got it going on. We're going to shut off the canned lava for a second, and maybe we can remove that big banner. There we go. And you may notice in the background, you can actually see Mount Etna back there. And that is because it's a moonlit night and fairly clear skies. So very, very cool to see some of that. And that is nice. And of course, this flow here, the vent is about the 2,800 meter mark and sliding down the hill. It did come around the corner and is heading downward. And looking pretty awesome to be able to see that. Almost looks like they got a little bit more snow there, but who knows? or this picture's pulled back a little bit further. I think they might have got more snow. Let's take a look earlier in the day if we can see it at all, because it went from cloudy to not cloudy when the nighttime stuff came along. And going all the way back, we go back to about here. Yeah, that's the problem. That's what I thought. We can't see it. And if we go ahead, it was a horrible viewing for the most part. And it wasn't until it got a little darker out that we were able to spot the lava flow. And that is about here. If we move it ahead, you can see that that cuts through some of that smoky, foggy stuff that is there. Now I see what's going on. It's the fog down on the bottom here, and that is hiding the rest of the lava flow. That makes more sense to me now. So we're not able to see what flowed over the edges here, of course, but there's also a cloud sitting down on the bottom. And that makes a lot of sense, but let's put it back to live there, which is what we're looking at now. Not bad looking. We do have some stuff on Stromboli, and let's see. Oh, I gotta fix that real quick. Yeah, we'll turn that one off, and we'll turn this. No, that didn't work. Why is that not working? Okay. Hang on. I will get that to work. Let's do a quick capture. And of course, this is volcanodiscovery.com that we're looking at, and we'll give it a quick shot here. Hey Doc, if you were to make a guess, do you see any volcanic activity happening in North America this year? If I had to guess at that, that is a tough call. It really, really is a full circle. I appreciate the super chat, by the way. Full circle, I'm just writing that down. Full circle of Florida. It's really, really hard to say. I don't know if I can commit to saying anything. Oh, I opened up the wrong one. Darn it. Let's try this one. This works better. This one, of course, is Etna from a satellite view. And we'll make that a little bigger so you can see it better. So the oozing lava flow from the eruptive vent on the northeast flank of the southeast crater is what they are showing here. And that is basically our flow, and that is what we see there. So that is interesting and pretty cool. I don't know what else to add to that. That is kind of an interesting shot, seeing it in a thermal mode from a satellite. Very cool. But we do also see a little bit of light over there on the other side. And I'm not sure if that's where our flow is there, but this is definitely looking like it's come around and going down the hill on the other side that we are actually observing. This is kind of interesting, but this is not at Etna. This is a steam vent from a borehole. It doesn't say where it is though. That is pretty awesome. And what do we got here? We got some eruptive stuff again. It doesn't tell us what volcano that was from. It does look like Etna, but that is all cool. Anyway, we put it back there. You were thinking of Canada or Alaska? Well, you know, I don't think anything in Canada is going to pop. We might see something in Alaska, full circle Florida. That is a possibility. anyway, this is Etna, so I'm going to get rid of that. We'll go back to Etna on the screen. And yeah, Sue figures, yeah, semi Sopochnio Noi, Neo, Noi, Noi. Yeah, a semi-mite. We do still have a chance with Cleveland and those other ones up there. Alaska is always a wild card, though, because it is what we've got up there. You know, it being the subduction zone, it's kind of that. Why is my screen not working here? Let's see. Oh, maybe I need to turn that guy off. There we go. Yeah, so, you know, as far as in the lower 48, do we see anything going there? At this point in time, I don't see anything. Sasha, no. Not enough juice yet. I really don't think the... and it is the northern one of the Three Sisters in Oregon that has had that uplift. So, you know, there is a possibility there, but we don't see it as of yet. It's not pushing. We're not seeing the earthquakes. We're not seeing any of the preemptive signs that we would normally see, other than uplift. So, you know, if we do have a magma intrusion and it is pushing things up, it could take another 5 years, 10 years before it gets enough to push up and through and that type of thing. So it's hard to say, Sasha. Kind of play it, you know, with a grain of salt. Everything is very, very unpredictable with volcanoes, but the likelihood of something happening, I'm sure the Three Sisters system will go off again. It's just when is the question. It's the same thing as when we're looking at Arizona, Flagstaff area. Not there. I wouldn't think anything down there right now. I don't believe there's anything in the Arizona areas. Possibly Northern California, you might have something go there. But if we were to pick out of any of the states, I think it'd be in the northwestern corner of the United States. I don't think it'd be too far south. And if not there, of course, Alaska would be my first choice. That we have something go in Alaska, but as far as you know, the U.S. or Canada, the main body, I'm not going to predict anything really wild. Yeah, Washington State would be the one that is very, very likely. If we were to have one, it would be Washington, that northwest corner of the U.S. And that'd be interesting to see. Hopefully everyone would be out of the way and we wouldn't have anything detrimental happening, you know, in that sense. Hey Maria, welcome. Glad to have you on board. So yeah, it is very, very interesting. You know, it's nice to speculate a little bit. Cleveland, Pavlov, and maybe Great Sitkans. Pavlov, out of those three, Sue, I would put Pavlov as the first runner-up for going off, if anything, next to Semi, of course. Mark the Shark, aloha, and welcome. Glad to have you on board. Yeah, I don't think I would worry about worry in Florida. No, I don't think you need to worry in Florida right now. That's pretty safe over there. Same thing for here in Edmonton where I am. I don't think we need to worry too much. I'd be more afraid of something that we are not really familiar with, and that could be something that is an underwater volcano. And those are always a little bit on the risky side. And thanks for that link, by the way, Sue. I'm going to put a link in here just at the break time. I will put the link, and you guys can go have a look at this video about what the floating pumice looks like. And it's a really cool video. And thanks for sharing it out there, Sue. Appreciate it. And anyway, let's carry on. So we see Etna doing its thing, and it continues. So the primary stuff right there is what we're basically seeing, and glowing from the satellite and so on, and seeing it is pretty cool. And as of tomorrow, Yvonne Kunkel is back at work, so she will be going onto Etna to do work stuff again. And she is still there in Sicily, so that will be cool. And of course, she'll share photos with us if she gets a chance, and that would really, really be cool. Let's boogie over to Iceland in a second. Just want to make sure that we are all good there. And let's see if we got those. Put that back to live for them. Uh-oh. Iceland is buffering. Why are we getting buffering in Iceland? Oh, it's probably commercial time, isn't it? No, that went live. And so did that one. Okay, so let's go over to Iceland. We'll take a quick look. What boat hulls? Pumice rafts destroy bolt hulls. Yep, they certainly can. It's basically rock with bubbles in it that causes it to float, and you're driving through liquid sandpaper, for the lack of better words. Anyway, there is our wonderful Reykjavik, the capital city of our most volcanic island in the world, and that is Iceland. And let's go back a little bit in time and see what it looked like about 10 hours ago. Kind of a gloomy day there, but we'll look anyway. And that is what it was like. So at least it wasn't snowing and blowing and all that nice stuff. They could get out and go for a walk if they wanted to get cold. And that is oceanic sandpaper, I say, Doc. There you go. Pumice rafts definitely will do that. Anyway, that looks pretty nice, but I don't think they got any more snow. Let's go to the other one here. We're going to back that back up to about the 10-hour mark as well, and see what that looks like. There we go. And you can see some cloud over top of the mountains in the back there. Likely some snow happening on those, but looks pretty normal down in the forefront here. I don't think anyone is panicking or anything like that. We'll put it back to live. We'll go take a look at the other shots. And that is, of course, the live picture right now. And yeah, I'm surprised we can see this. That is pretty cool. Katla in the moonlight. Katla is always better in the moonlight, isn't it? Maria, I'm homesick. I am home, sick with a cold. But I've been watching a Canadian-made nature series from Indonesia. It's about coral reefs, but it also shows different volcanic islands, amazing and beautiful. And Maria, yeah, you bet. Some of those islands are really, really nice. And of course, what really encourages growth on those islands is the volcanic ash, which lots of plants really like that because it's full of all kinds of different nutrients and so on. Anyway, yeah, very cool to see the ability to dance in the moonlight there. And if we go back to daylight, it wasn't too bad looking too. And that is the shot there. You can see a pretty nice view of Katla buried under the snow, and that is what we've got there today. So looks pretty awesome, and we like it. But hey, no lava, unfortunately. Only ice lava. You see the frosty flows? It's everywhere, it's everywhere. Oh boy, I hate when that happens. Next one is this guy. And of course, this is the shot of the down on the Reykjanes Peninsula. We see over there is the lights of Grindavik, the two communications towers for the Navy, and then of course every once in a while you see the beam of light from the lighthouse that's behind the camera there, and of course you see this plume going upward, which is pretty nice to be able to see at night. That of course coming from a steam geyser right there, and there's another steam geyser right here. This one isn't putting out as much, and another one that is over there that they've harnessed to make electricity from, which is pretty awesome, and they are doing their thing. The other glow in the sky here, of course, is the lights of Reykjavik, the capital city. So that is what we are seeing there. If we back that up for about that 10-hour mark as well, kind of give everything an even shot here. This is what it was looking like. Looks like there's a lot of traffic here. All kinds of vehicles and buses and people. Must be tours going out and having a look at the steam vents. And I see bodies walking down the road, so pretty cool. And would have been awesome. Anyway, there you can see the power plant and some of their infrastructure. And of course the bigger steam vent right there, of course continuing to do its thing, and unfortunately because of the light and visibility we don't see Grindavik, but it is back there, and that is all cool. And let's go put this back to live. That is not a bad shot. I kind of like that. It gives it a little bit of character, so pretty awesome. Let's go over and have a look at the harmonic tremor charts for Iceland and see what we've got going on there. So first off, of course, we're looking at the Fagradalfjall, our favorite area, and of course that is where Ragnar and Siggy live. And we see the chart has gone progressively downward from what we had going on earlier. We do see some small spikes, so possibly some tremors in the area, but we'll have a look. And let's go down to check the other ones real quick here. First, we're going to go to Grimsey first, more the northernmost area up there, island all by itself, and we see it too has a downward trend, and that, you know, they all seem to have that. When I was looking here, seems everybody is kind of on a downward trend. I'm not sure exactly what's going on. Yeah, downward is not fun. It never is. Anyway, let's see. We want to get to the Grindavik one, and there it is. Grindavik going down, and yeah, we do see a larger spike in there. Thanks, Tom, for the 5-minute warning. And we do see this one here as well. So something probably shook in the area, but we'll see what was going on and what caused it to drop again. And let's take a look at the other side. So that is on kind of the southeast side of our Fagradalfjall. And the other one that we're going to look at is Kristuvik, and it is on the northeastern side. So, and there is Kristuvik, and it too has the same downward trend. So whatever we're seeing in movement or action right now is likely tectonic in nature and not magmatic. Eruptions right now, I don't believe would be something that we need to freak out about or panic with. Unfortunately, I wish we could see an eruption, especially in Fraga del Fial. It would be so nice. I really would like to see an eruption there. Anyway, that is what our harmonic tremor chart is. Let's go take a quick peek at the earthquakes in Iceland right now. Not very many of them, 36 according to the big map up there. The biggest one is a 3.28 from 1407. That is this guy down here, and that is 10 kilometers down. And that is a sizable quake, but again, a tectonic in nature in all likelihood. We also have a 2.13, 10 kilometers down, 719 this morning. And the other one here is the one that doesn't want to click on. Come on, what are you doing, computer? By the way, just before I started the stream, it again wanted me to update the computer. And I just shook my head going, really guys? You did it yesterday, you want me to do it again today? And I know it's to update your updates, which needed to be updated because of the updates were not quite up to date. Anyway, 1.39, 10 kilometers down, 10:44 is the time on that one. This one, very close to that lighthouse, I came in at 21:15. It was a 0.1, 6 kilometers down. And then we get over very close to the town of Grindavik, and of course the Blue Lagoon is over here. And we'll slide over on the other side. We do see 3 of them here. 0.17, very small, 3.1 kilometers down, and that is 2:33 a.m. And of course on this one here, 3:16 a.m., 0.53, 2 kilometers down. And the next one over is a 0.32, 1.1 kilometers down from 3:16. So that is interesting. And now we are in our Fraga del Fial area. Of course, that is Ragnar right there, and the Siggy Fisher in this area. But we do see some up within our area, not quite up at to Kalir, but a little further south. So that is definitely in our playground zone. 41 minutes after midnight, 0.95, 6.9 kilometers down for him. This one a little bit smaller, 0.25, 3.5 kilometers down, 40 minutes after midnight. And a 1.04, and that is from 3.3 kilometers down, 1:33 a.m. So yeah, varying depths makes you wonder what's going on. Anyway, there is Krusvik over here, and they had a very small 0.1, 2.6 kilometers down, 6:02 a.m. And this 1.27, 4.3 kilometers down from 4:06. And let's slide out a little bit more. We'll grab this 0.97. And that was 6.4 kilometers down from 12:39. And then there's 2 or 3 here, 2 I guess, 1.74, 12.3 kilometers down from 11:20. And the other one was 12:29 is the time, and 1.6 in magnitude, 7.9 kilometers down. And let's keep on going, and we'll maybe cut off. Actually, I don't know, is it a break time? My clock says it's break time. What we'll do, we'll hang on with it from here on over, and that'll be all right, and we'll carry on with that after the break. For right now, we'll put you back on some canned lava for those good people who are here. If you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting it. That would be really awesome of you. It is free, it doesn't cost anything, and it really does help the stream out. And also, if you're sitting on the sidelines and you haven't hit that subscribe button yet, please do consider doing that if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I was going to give you that that wonderful link. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Wasn't that one Stromboli? No. Oh, here, the pumice one. That is this link. I'm going to throw a link in here, and you guys can have a look at this video. It's kind of cool, and it's on Facebook, so we can't show it here. We don't have permission, but we can drop the link, and you guys are more than welcome to go have a peek at that. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and I'm going to get some canned lava back on the screen for you in a second or two. And it's not a very long. Yeah, it's 3 minutes or something. That is about the length of it. Thanks, Sue. 3 minutes 14 seconds, if I recall. Oh, hang on, we want to back that up. That was too much lava spilt already. Let's back that up about here. Yep, all right. I'll leave it play from here. Canned lava, Cumbre Vieja in, of course, La Palma from 21. And very cool. All right, I will be back. Don't go away. Keep smiling. I'll throw some music on as well. And don't go away. I'll be back. Okay, that microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. And that video was competing with me. Of course, that lava flow was outstanding. And you can actually hear the volcano there. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Hermione and Fluffy and Kevin Haynes and Sasha and Gabby and I hear you from Sharon Stewart. Thank you. And greetings, everyone. And there he is, Gren Zed. Welcome and good morning to you. Thank you, Tom, Dice, and Pepper. And all cool. Anyway, let's see. Maria. Oh, Maria's got her invisibility cloak going. The island they showed in the nature show, the Forgotten Island, Raja Ampat, Florida, all kinds of different ones. All right, that sounds very cool, Maria. That's awesome. We'll have to take a look and see if we can locate that. Anyway, I'm going to shut this canned lava off here for a second. That's making too much noise. Darn it. And music only Sharon. No. What? No, shouldn't be music now. Somebody tell that John Raper to hit the live button. That might help him. A live button is what he needs. Anyway, that's all cool. Yeah, so for those who did go watch that video, that was pretty cool. I'll paste that link in here again for those who missed it. It is pretty awesome, and that is it's pretty cool, but also it tells you something, you know, that you really gotta make sure that you are aware of where you are. You know, when you're on any of these beaches or anything like that, it looks all flat and even and everything, and it is basically just a floating layer of a stone. Now, the reason it floats, of course, is because there are gas bubbles within the pumice itself. And yeah, you better be aware of your surroundings, and it could be a really bad stuff. You've got to watch out for that. I like the bubbly ocean gases bubbling up from the sea floor. Yeah, Maria, the problem with those, though, is if your boat is right over top of it, it depends on what is bubbling up. You may not have any more buoyancy in your boat, and you may end up going down faster than you think. And especially if it was methane bubbles, because methane, it just will make you sink, literally. And the only way is to get away from it sideways rather than back up, because you're not going to get out of it. So very interesting stuff that we find out, you know, in nature and in life. Very cool. But yeah, could be gas bubbles, and do not inhale. Yeah, don't inhale. Yeah, what do you do if you're stuck out there, though? If they're all around you, you got no choices. Get a gas mask really quickly. Anyway, let's go back to where we were, and that was over in Iceland, and we will have a look. Bubbles in the bathtub, not good. No, don't inhale. Anyway, we were looking right around here. That made the sea floor filled with sulfur. Is that a gas you meant? What? This made the yeah. Well, sulfur is one of the gases that'll come up, but the one that will make you sink is methane, and that usually comes from down lower. But it's something you don't want to be breathing either. You don't do very well with it. Anyway, let's carry on with these earthquakes here. And we do have a few little ones here. 0.83, 6.7 kilometers down, 6:29 a.m. for that one. 0.7, 8 kilometers down from 12:16. And a 0.2, 7.9 kilometers down, also from 12:16. And sliding over a little bit more, there's Hekla. And this guy's a little ways away from him. 0.34, 9.1 kilometers down, 10:45 is the time on that. Looking down at Katla, only had this one little tiny quake, 0.5, 2.9 kilometers down from 20:06. And then we get up a little bit further near this other volcano, and that is a 0.99. And it is 2.5 kilometers down from 15:24 is the time on that. And that is all for down there, so nothing at Katla that's going to make me think it's going to erupt. Grimsvatn, this guy has got to be a 1.1 and 1.1 kilometers down from today at 23:11 is the time on it. Then we've got a 1.28, 2.3 clicks down, 9:30 this morning. And there's another one underneath there. Let's see, 1.64, 2.2 kilometers down, 8:10 a.m. for him. That is that guy. We missed the other one. There should be one more here somewhere, I think. No, maybe not. And that was at Bardabunga. This one, other one here, 0.65. 41 meters down, very close to the surface, likely a landslide at 2:06 a.m. for that one. And sliding up, there's Astja. We don't see too much right at Astja. We do have this guy, 0.63, 7.7 kilometers down, 12:56 is the time on it. And then we are very close to Herdebride. And that is there, 0.4, 5.4 kilometers down, and that is 18:48 for that time. And this one, 18:51, 0.1, 5.2 kilometers down for him. And sliding to the northern side of Herdebride, we do see from 5:09 a.m. 0.66, 7.7 kilometers down for that. Moving up a little bit more, we do have a 0.78 as 2.6 kilometers down from 12:13, and then we get to a larger one here, a 2.66, 12 kilometers down, 5:16 a.m. for him. And let's it doesn't want to kill it right now. Why? It's probably that update, the update that needs the update. Anyway. 2:08 a.m. For this guy, 0.93, 10 kilometers down. Then we've got this one from 10:38 a.m., magnitude 1.38, also at 10 kilometers down. Then we've got a 1.5, 6 kilometers down from 17:13, and 1.5, 3.8 kilometers down from 22 minutes after midnight, since we're already in the new year here, so, or the new day. That is a brand new quake, and this one very close to a brand new 23:03, 1.5, 9.3 kilometers down. Here's Grimsey for those who aren't aware of where the island actually is located, and that is our northernmost point there of Iceland that we see. But the big story, of course, this 3.28 is the one that is made the most noise. It does look like it is on the mid-Atlantic ridge area. Why am I not showing plate boundaries? There we go. And the other one, things turn off by themselves in here, seismometers or something like that. There we go. That should be back on. And we'll see those little guys. Yep. So very interesting to see that. It looks like that was on the Eurasian side. Not that we're counting, but we'll hold them responsible for shaking it. And that is all cool. And let's carry on with our other stuff all around the world. Hey, Lucas, welcome. And let's see. The Matoma says, I have no idea how this is happening, but now I've joined the stream on the TV, and now I am Matoma again. I have no idea how you did that either, Maria. But welcome back. Nice to see you. Wait until he gets to the region. What? I missed something there. All right, I'm not going to worry about that. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up for the stream. Yeah, you bet. And that would really be nice if you could do that. Anyway, let's carry on with some other volcanoes. And since we're talking Mid-Atlantic Ridge and all that stuff, we slide down that Mid-Atlantic Ridge till we get to the Azores Fault, the East Azores Fault. And we truck down there a little bit, and then we see this all of a sudden. And that is the harbor lights of one of the harbors there on the island of São Jorge, or São Jorge, if you want to say it in Portuguese. And this is one of the small towns on that island. The other lights you see here are 18 kilometers away. Well, from island to island, it's 18 kilometers. And this is, of course, the island called Pico Island. And Pico Island has a Pico volcano on it. Very big structure, but inactive. So that is what we've got there. I'm just trying to get myself onto the right screen here, and we'll pop over to this. And kind of a moonlit night out there too. We do see a little bit of the white water splashing in the little cove here, but nothing too serious. So your medium-sized boat should be fine. You don't have to bring the super yacht out tonight. Let's see what we've got here, and real quick shot at seeing how many earthquakes we've got on São Jorge, and it is only the one, and it is a 1.9 from 2230, so that is pretty cool. And we'll take a look and see what the other map brings us. We'll make that a little bigger. There we go, and we're going to do a refresh on it so we can see exactly what we've got in the last 24 hours there, or 48 or something, whatever they put on there. I think it's 24 hours. Give it a second, and it is loading. Okay, it shows some stuff. Let's get rid of the ad, and of course the first place we look is, of course, the big circle, and that is over here, and that is 5 hours ago, 4.5. And that is pretty big. That is on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. That was 10 kilometers down and happened at, where's the time on there? 2020 GMT is the time for that one. So that is pretty cool. You can see there's the Mid-Atlantic Ridge coming down. There's the East Azores Fault going off in that direction. So that is pretty big. There's the one that happened 2 hours and 22 minutes ago, our 2.1, and they called it a 1.9 on the other map, but that's okay. And then this one here, 7 hours ago, 2.0, and that is southeast of Terceira. Same with this one, 7 hours ago, and that is a 2.3. So a little bit of movement there, and then we've seen one more down here 6 hours ago, 2.9, and that is at what kind of depth? 0 kilometers down. So in other words, it is a surface quake. These guys were, that one is 13 kilometers down for the 2.3, and 10 kilometers down for the 2.0. So kind of interesting to see that, but pretty cool. And if we zoom out, that'll give you a better idea of where we are. So there's the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. There's Iceland, and they call it the Reykjanes Ridge up to about here. And then from there on, they'll call it the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. And of course, this is right on the mid-Atlantic ridge. Of course, this is Spain, Ireland, England, and you got Nova Scotia and Newfoundland over here, and New York about here somewhere, or there, here. I'm not sure. Somewhere over there. And of course, Greenland, right? Which looks awful white. We don't need to look at the depths. We did that already, so it gives us a pretty good idea. They do have that on there. Thanks, Tom, for the 5-minute warning. Appreciate it. And let's go over to the next one. That's actually a very nice shot right now. And of course, that is a Popocatépetl, and that is in Mexico. It is approximately 70 kilometers south of Mexico City. And that is a sunset shot there from 1855 or 6:55 p.m. Very nice. And if we go back a little bit and looking for little puffs here and there, we did have a couple, nothing super major. And there's some stuff coming out. That was whatever, I don't know how many minutes ago, but that looks like 1809 was the time on it. And it was pretty much just a single puff, nothing major. And it has been doing that kind of all day long. Here's another one. So, this is at 1725. I'm hoping that this thing gets to the point where it starts gushing out that lava and really shows us what it's made of. Here's another one from earlier yet at 1456. And if we advance it 5 seconds at a time without the computer stalling, that would be cool. Give it a second, it'll go. There we go. And that is what we've got there. Gives you a pretty good idea of what's going on anyway. And if we go back in the other portions of the day, there was a few more of those. And nothing very cool, but hey, at least it's there. Gives you a pretty good idea of what it was doing. So always the potential there for them to really blow their top if they have enough pressure underneath from the gases that are pushing it. If we go all the way back into our nighttime views, in addition to the UFO on the bottom right, we also see the other glow coming out of here, which is pretty cool. And that looks actually very neat with the lava lighting up the clouds. So, to Doc's computer, behave. Yeah, no kidding, behave. And in the event that it does lock up again or do something stupid, and we will have to let it do its update. So it may take up to about 15 minutes to get it back on board, and we'll see what happens. But for right now, it is working, so let's carry on. Anyway, all the way back to 2 a.m., kind of all had the same vibe to it, and it is what it is. It's just chugging along, doing its thing. Let's put it back on live. That is what we've got right now. Of course, this is the other view. That one is not so pretty, but during the day it did look pretty good, and it does show you some of that white stuff on there. And yep, some snow on Popocatépetl. And we will leave that be. Let's go over to Fuego really quickly. And Fuego is in the dark. Go figure. And let's see, if it's not in the dark, it's in the clouds. How about that right there? Let's see, if we go back that up a little bit. Yeah, right around there, you can see that coming through the clouds. Just imagine if you're flying over it with an airplane and all of a sudden you see that popping out. That would be a little bit on the freaky side. Wow, looks so dramatic. It is. It would really be scary. But that is pretty awesome to be able to see that at certain times. Anyway, we can discover that a little bit more. Most of the they did restart this stream because it was just all gray fog all the way back. So about 5 hours ago worth, we don't see a heck of a lot. The other volcano there is, of course, Momotombo that we take a look at. We seen that it continues to get more and more and more smoke coming out of it. And maybe we're going to see some lava soon. And we'll hopefully find it erupting and find somebody that is live streaming it. Would be really cool. Anyway, going to refresh that one as well. That picture was from earlier. We do have some moonlight helping us just a little bit. So it does show up, and you can see the clouds up top here. But we're not seeing any big glow or anything in the crater and the caldera, unfortunately. So it is what it is. We can't always have everything. Anyway, let's pop that back on here. And let's throw in that for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit the like button but you're enjoying the show, please give it a quick bop. That would really be awesome. Also, for those ones who have not yet subscribed, please do consider hitting that subscribe button if you feel we've earned it. And on that friendly note, I'm going to go take a break for 5 or 6 minutes. For those who know, well, you'll know it's bacon seed time, and we have some bacon seeds when we come back from the break. And why is that buffering? Oh, Popocate pedal, buffering is nothing unusual. Anyway, let's put you back onto some lava somewhere, and I think I'm going to leave you on Mount Etna for right now. It is looking pretty lavely, and with the extra moonlight there, we can kind of see a little better. And we'll leave that on. And let's see, where is, just so people aren't asking questions here. There we go. We got that little banner on there. All right, I'm going to go take that break. Don't go away. Keep smiling and play nice in the lava streams. And if you see the UFO go by, don't panic. It's only OFU Lux checking it out. I asked him to go take a quick flight down there. Anyway, don't go away. I'll be back. And here comes some music. Hit the like button. And then microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX on live stream. And thank you, Sue, for the welcome back, and good evening to Storm Chaser. Welcome, and I see Wonky Donkey is back as well. Welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. And thank you from Sasha and Maria. And Maria will drop that link. Just remind me just before the break there that we need to drop that link again so you can get it. And Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Thank you. Hermione and Fluffy, thank you. And Grenzed, thanks. All cool. Yep, the floating pumice. That was actually a very interesting video. I've seen some of the stuff before, but not to that degree. So it was really quite neat, and we do want to share that with everyone. That is very cool. I love looking at that stuff. Anyway, we promised bacon seeds, so let's get over there. And let's have a look at our first bacon seed of, oh, hang on, that is our last one from yesterday. And let's see what Piggy has brought us today. And there's Piggy working on stuff. And she sent this one first. Oh, look at the little baby. It's just a little wee porker. Gotta love that. All wrapped up in his little banky, and very cute. And that looks like a girl. It's all pink, so gotta be a little bacon seed. And the next one, it just popped up on my Facebook feed. I thought everyone would like to see it, and yep, it is absolutely wonderful. Here is, I believe, the same one, because that has that same wonderful little piggy bear with it, and that is pretty awesome. And a very happy looking little piglet that one is. Yep, a princess piglet. Very nice, and very much so at home there in the house. Here's our next one. This little baby has its own little piggy doll as well. And yeah, can you tell which one's the real one? And gotta love them little piggies. And these are all little baby ones. Real bacon seeds, if you ask me. And we'll get to the next one. The piggy crib. Yeah, this is more of a crib there. This one, more like of a jail or something, but bars and stuff. That's a piggy crib, and that definitely looks pretty awesome. And I wonder how they feel being locked up in a small pen like that. Anyway, very cute to see that, and very awesome. Little piggy, gotta love it. Next one is this one, and that's actually two, and they are wandering around on a table, and yeah, maybe a piggy and bassinet, possibly. These two are just little wee ones for sure, and looks like the one is having a little problem standing up on the glass, a little slippery. And that is awesome. And let's take a look at our next little bacon seed. And this one is going for car ride. Yay! And there he is, or she, looking out in through the mirror, spying on us with her wonderful little blue eyes. That is a wonderful snout kiss. Yep, a little snout bop onto the mirror. And leave tracks. Who are you? Yeah, that's about it. No idea. I see you there. You move around. You look just as nice as I do. But, yep. All right, our last little bacon seed, and here he is, or she, and that is another one cuddling up to its little piggy doll. And look at that smile. And you know, when you look at those smiles, you gotta know that they feel good and they're happy and they're comfortable. And Pinkie Pie, yep, very, very nice. Piggy friends. Yeah, you know, it's you look at the facial appearance, and that, of course, tells you exactly what happens there. Just happy little animal, and that is the way it is. And no fear, no nothing. It's just a happy animal. All right, I believe we have one more bacon seed here, and I'm not sure if we need to do this, but we're gonna sick him on. We're gonna sick this little bacon seed on Kim Rowdenbush, who's sneaking in, and there he is. Go get Kim, quick! Go get Kim. And oh, hang on, that's not a bacon seed. What the heck? That is a walrus. Holy mackerel! And that is the walrus of Kos. Get him! Yeah, get him! That'll run, Kim, run! Look at the fangs on that thing. And I'm the walrus. Yep. And that is pretty awesome, pretty cool. And you gotta love it. That's the one that apparently shows up there in Kos every once in a while. And I don't know, they shoo it away, but it keeps coming back. It must like people. Kim, get your big mousetrap out. Yeah. What? You don't scare me, calls the dentist. Oh, boy. Yep, you'd be pretty darn scared. Anyway, that's our bacon seeds for today, you guys, and I thought that was kind of a nice thing to add to the end of it, and not our usual creatures. You know, we slip in a bunny and a puppy and a kitten once in a while, but never a walrus. So gotta love it. Anyway, let's walrus seeds. Yeah, I don't know about walrus seeds. That'll be pretty cool. And thanks, Piggy and Doc. Yep, and Piggy, thank you very kindly for sending all of those in. It was very fun to be looking at them. Anyway, let's see. I just want to change some stuff here for a second. Oh, no, that's not what I want to change. I want to go hit that button. Hopefully it'll stay going here for a second or two. And, yeah, that'll work. All right. Anyway, looking at Merapi. Is Merapi going to make us happy? I don't think so. It was hiding in the clouds all day again. I don't know what's up with the weather there, this darn rainy season. Somebody's got to stop that rainy season and put things back into perspective. So, yeah, we've got absolutely no visibility for Merapi. And hello, why are we stopped? Again, it's frozen. There we go. Going back a little more, I don't think we've got any visibility whatsoever for, yeah, it's all gray today. So Merapi is not going to be happy for us, and we'll leave it as that. We'll go on to the next one. What do you call a walrus and a Kos? Lost. You're right, Wonky Donkey, and that is true. They don't normally live there. Anyway, let's see if we can go back a little bit here and see what it looked like. And there we are. That is Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand. That was just about 1 p.m. Their time. That's what it was looking like. If we go back a little bit further in time, another a couple of hours or so, we do see it just a little bit differently, but still a lot of cloud on it. That is kind of neat. It's hugging those cold temperatures, and a little further before that, at about 7 a.m., that's what it was looking like. So a pretty nice sunrise, and pretty awesome to see that. Did you show Piggy's new friends? Oh, I haven't done that yet. No, we should show that. The package Hermione sent to Piggy did arrive. Give me a second. I'm going to finish up with this segment here, and then we'll go show those in a second there, Hermione. That would be actually pretty cool if people get to see those. And anyway, Hermione was hoping that they would arrive before Christmas, but it didn't happen. They arrived today, or well, it'd be yesterday now for Piggy's time. But anyway, Mount Ruapehu looking pretty nice. And let's go take a peek at Topao, or Topor. Anyway, there is the graph for it. We're going to refresh it and click on it and see what it looks like when it's all bigger. And we do see an increase or an uptick in activity and one larger quake in here. So maybe we'll be able to see that. I don't think that's anything really worrisome yet, since it's only a single quake, and you know, could be doing something. But for those good people who do want to go to that site, I'm going to copy and paste the link in the chat if you haven't got it already, just so you do have a place that you can go there and look at it. And we'll take a look and see what it looks like right now there. And there we go. It is kind of overcast. The lake, of course, is the caldera. So that is what it is. We can't see all the way back to Ruapehu, and today it's too much cloud in the way. But that is what it looks like there right now at 2:23 p.m. in at Tapor, right beside the caldera. Anyway, that is what we've got there. All right, I'm going to see if we'll leave it on that one for a second. I'm going to see if I can bring up the other one here, and let's see if we have Piggy, where is her email? Let's see, no, not that one, not this one. Oh, she had a picture from the landlord as well. I did something with that picture. I may have already deleted a part of it. Let me, hang on. Let's take a look here. Nope. Let me do something else. We'll get it over onto the other computer. And we'll see what we can do here. So give me a second. And new. And need the other keyboard, DrFox, there we go. And we'll put a quick attachment on here, and we'll mail it to myself. I don't usually keep things in 2 or 3 places. It's one or the other machine. And all right, it says it's working on it. Why are you working on it? There we go. Give me a second. I'm about to find them. Oh, there they are. All right. I'm going to email them to myself. That way we can get them, and that'll be cool. Hopefully that will send right away. Yep, sending. and hopefully I'll get it. There it is. All right, now I can save it. And Piggy, I got these, so this is pretty cool. And you have 5 minutes till Pepsi. Thank you. We'll take a look at that. Anyway, we're going to bring that image up onto this screen here since it's close. We'll see. All right, started with the letter P for piggies. And got to be in here somewhere if I saved it in the right spot. I don't see it. Darn, why does it do that? Maybe it's because it's hard to see. We'll just use this one here. So Piggy received those today from Hermione. And that was supposed to come before Christmas, but they did make it. And they were starving little piggies, very, very starving in that box. And they had to eat right away. They were all drained and not so healthy. So they're back to doing what they needed to, though. And they did make it, which is really awesome. And Piggy is very happy with them. And I'm happy that they arrived. And thank you, Hermione, for sending those. And that is awesome. I appreciate that. And there we go. Let's go to our next volcano. And that is, of course, our wonderful Semeru. And let's see what Semeru is doing for us today. Well, how about clouds? We like clouds, don't we? I'm scanning back here, looking to see if there was a spot without clouds. And my words of wisdom are nope, not a good sign from what we see here. And yeah, I don't see anything that is going to work. So not able to see that today. Brian Rock Railfan, come, welcome. Glad to have you on board. Come on in, grab a chair, and enjoy the gray view. And that was during the night. A lovely sight. Anyway, Semeru not visible today, so let's leave that alone. And we will just double check and see if the ice cream boat is in. Yes, it is. And the ice cream boat is in Japan for those good people who wish to go get an ice cream. You can see it right down there. And it is there and waiting. And that'll be pretty awesome. And you can go get an ice cream. Anyway, we are at that point in time where we need to take a break. And for those good people who are here, if you're enjoying the show, please hit that like button if you haven't done so already. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, do consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I am going to go for a break. I will drop that other link so you guys can go take a look at the pumice of stone, floating stone stuff. And let's see, there it is. And it was on Facebook, so it's kind of neat. And Sue found that, and it popped up. Well, it popped up on her Facebook this morning. And this is the floating pumice link there. So go for it, have a look. I'm going to go take a break. Keep smiling, play nice, and don't drown in underneath the pumice. Okay, that can be dangerous stuff. And there's different kinds of pumices too. Some that are more buoyant than others. This stuff seems to be very buoyant. Anyway, I'll be back, and don't go away. Visibility is under one city block. If you're under the water in the pumice, you won't even see that far. All right. No worries. Stay safe there, Kim. And for those who need to know, we got one bunny eating. I will be back after my break. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Keep smiling and don't go away. Thanks. And I am back. No, Kim, I didn't spill Pepsi on the keyboard. That was just an inadvertent boo-boo on my part. So it happened. I switched scenes and I forgot about the song because normally when we play the other songs, they are on the media player and they're playing in the background, and I don't need to worry about the scenes. But when I switched the scene, I forgot we were already in the intro song, and that's what happens. So it is what it is, and thank you for the welcome backs from Hermione and Fluffy and Sasha and Philomena and Kevin. And I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. So all cool. And yep, Kim, nothing serious. And at first, when you said you are under a very froggy condition there, I thought we got to figure out how to get the lid off the frog. And then I reread it as it was moving by and realized it said fog. So, all right, not a worry. Anyway, the one ice cream boat left, the other one came back, and that is all good. So hopefully you won't have too much of a frog problem there, Kim. I mean a fog problem. And all good. And of course there we see the new ice cream boat is there. You don't need to panic if you missed the last one. Thank you, Sue, for the welcome back. And all good. Let's move over and take a look here. This, of course, our closer up shot of Sakurajima. And Gabby was saying that yesterday apparently it did a little pop or something. Well, actually he said it exploded, but I was not aware of that. That was around 4 p.m. yesterday, their time on the 3rd. We couldn't go back that far, and unfortunately couldn't see it. So that is all okay, but yeah, it does that every once in a while. When we don't watch it, it seems to pop. Anyway, that is what it is looking like right now, though. If we go back a little bit in time, and we'll go back about 4 hours roughly, and we should be able to see a whole bunch of birds by that earlier hour, maybe. No, maybe not. Yeah, it's bird time. Where are the birds? Again, the gases are coming towards the camera area here, so that may play a role in where those birds are. We do see one down on the bottom here, so maybe we are a little early or a little late. Anyway, that is what we were seeing. Kevin Haynes gifted one membership, and Nancy got it. Way to go, Kevin Haynes. Kevin, I'm just writing that down. Haynes, and gifted one. And congratulations, Nancy Buchanan, on receiving that 1 month free membership. And that is awesome. And let's continue on here and see what else we had during the night. I didn't see any glow coming out of this. And going back a little bit more, we see the moonlight there at 4 a.m. And of course, prior to that, you've seen lots more moonlight. And of course, off-gassing. And we didn't see any eruptive activity, though, unfortunately. So that's kind of where it's at. I'm going to put that back to live. And this one here is our close-up shot of the caldera or crater there at Sakurajima, and that is in Kagoshima, Japan. Kagoshima, Japan, or Kagoshima, Japan, if I said it right. I may have still mispronounced it, but that's okay. Anyway, that should be close. And we do see that it is a little bit more gray material here, so a little bit more ash and dust in there. And hopefully we'll see something popping out as far as a wonderful eruption at some point in time. Let's go to our next one, and that is what? Kagoshima. Is it Kagoshima? Okay. Kagoshima. Okay. Anyway, one of those places. There we go. Suwanosejima. And we can see it is continuing to off-gas quite heavily. And even in the earlier hours, it was doing that. You can see quite a bit of a plume coming out of both of the craters right there. There's one behind that ridge, so it's kind of a double caldera in there. And a little earlier than that, it was a little bit less. I think it was only the back one that was throwing some out. Hard to tell in that shot, really. But that was what it was, and during the night it continued to do exactly what it was doing. So very interesting to see that. And going back into the moonlit times, there you can see it looks like the back one is throwing out a little bit more than the front one, or maybe the angles are slightly different, but definitely off-gassing fairly heavily. If we go back even further in time, that is about 2:47 a.m. We see it like that, and then getting back to about 1:18. Well, maybe we can see some lava on this one. Let's see if right where that popped up there, maybe we do have something going on. And let's see if we move it ahead a bit. 1:11 a.m. And yeah, it's coming out of the back vent. It's not coming out of the front one for that shot, but you can definitely see that it was coming out of there. We don't see any lava or anything like that. Come on, get back to it. And you can see it was doing its thing, and a lot of ash and stuff in that wonderful smoke coming out there. So it is active, it is doing its thing. It's just we haven't seen any lava. So the fact that they're cooking does tell us that there is activity, and they could pop at any point in time. Next one here, of course, everyone knows which volcano this is, and that of course is Mount Fuji. And yep, beautiful looking thing, if you ask me. And it should get some more snow on it, though. I think they really need some more snow up top here. We need that cone completely white, and that would be a really, really cool. Yeah, Fuji-san. Fuji-san is nice. Anyway, let's put it back to this one. The ice cream boat is still there. You guys can still run over and get some ice cream. And I was trying to set up something else here, and let's see if we can get that to work. And maybe it will, maybe it won't. There we go. And this might work. I'm hoping it'll work. The next one on our list, since we can't see the other ones, let's go look at this one. I think you guys might be familiar with this one, and you might have seen it once or twice before. And where's that Kim Raudenbush? No, I don't have your Stromboli here, Kim. Forget it. I left it in Italy, man. I left it in Italy. That's all I can say. Stromboli's in Italy, but this Stromboli volcano doing its thing. So why do frogs get so bored in a library? Because they have read it. Oh, wonky donkey. Wonky donkey. That's pretty punny. Read it. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, Tom Dice, almost a year, Doc. It goes by fast. You bet. Thank you for renewing, Tom. That is awesome. And hope Pepper is enjoying the show as well. Anyway, Stromboli continuing to do what it needs to do. And that is absolutely awesome. and we do like that. I am going to change the scene here for a second, so give me a second to swap that over. And we want to look at this. This was sent in, and of course we like having those things. Looking at that was pretty good. That was on the at midnight on, well, I guess on the 3rd. Is that the 3rd, or is that when the 4th started? I think that's when the 3rd started. Anyway, that is what we were seeing there. Some extra eruptive activity and flow down the hill, and that is pretty cool and pretty awesome. And of course, as it says, the lava on Sciara del Fuoco illuminates water vapor and gas emissions, according to INGV. And that is pretty awesome to be able to see that. And let's pop that to the next picture. You gotta love a Stromboli. That is a beautiful shot, and that is a very nice picture. That was taken January 1st, and that is pretty cool. So let's see what else we got there. This one, where's this one from? I'm just trying to read through the stuff real quick. It doesn't tell us where it's from, but it says that it was producing some pale hair out of that particular eruption. And where is this from? I don't know. Let's not worry about that. That looks like Indonesia. That is Indonesia. So that is what it looks like when you've got all kinds of gassy clouds around. Anyway, there you go. That is what we've got going on there. So all good. And I'm going to put it back onto track here. We did look at everything so far. Let's go over and have a look there in Yellowstone. And Yellowstone, of course, they have it zoomed out, not just pointing at the parking lot tonight, which is really nice. Well, it's still pointing at the parking lot, but at least we see the field out behind it. So that is pretty cool. And that is what Yellowstone is looking like. So if you want to go to that website during the daytime, it looks a lot better. You can watch wonderful old faithful erupt and all kinds of stuff. So yep, it is wintry there, and they did have some more snow yesterday. So right now looks pretty good though, and you can enjoy the evening or the day or whatever there. They did actually, when I was peeked in there earlier to see Old Faithful, there was actually quite a few people there looking at it, at least 20 or 30. So I was going, okay, that's pretty good. It must have got a little nicer there or something weather-wise. But anyway, let's carry on. And the next one on our list, of course, is Hawaii. So let's get on to that. Of course, I had pulled out this canned lava, and this was from the December 10th is when we had that can from. And that is near the end of the eruption. A matter of fact, by the end of that video, it had quit erupting and was just in a fumarole state, basically off-gassing. And that is what was kind of neat there. Let's take a look, though, and see. Oh, I got to get rid of that little banner. And we will get rid of that and get onto that page as soon as I find myself. There we go, and that is from yesterday, unfortunately. Let's refresh it, and we'll see what today looks like. All right, so there is Kilauea's caldera, and that looks pretty calm today again. Primary vent used to be right there, but it's just smoking a bit now, and some of these other spots are smoking again too. which is kind of interesting. You'd think, with less stuff happening, we'd see less smoke, but we'll point something out right away here that I see a lot of. But right now, anyway, we do see up on the side of the hill here on the edge of the caldera wall, there's quite a bit of smoke fairly high up. So we've got something venting there. Of course, you see some more venting in the back areas, as well as over here, which is really quite neat. But what I wanted to point out was take a look at the cracks. These, remember I mentioned these yesterday? They're getting bigger and bigger. We may see this whole thing collapse. It may turn into a big bowl in the middle here. We can even see the edges fairly well, and if you look through here, there are different areas with different cracks in them. So yep, this really cracks me up. I know, bad crowd, tough crowd, it cracks me up. Anyway, lots of cracks in here. So if the magma / lava underneath here is evacuated somewhere, of course we're going to end up seeing the crater collapse and drop into itself, and we'll see what happens from there. This is the other shot. That's yesterday's. Let's refresh that real quick. That's what it looked like today at 15:47. Kind of a rainy day there from the looks of things, but still a lot of smoke, no lava, unfortunately. Thermal cam, let's see if they've fixed it. Is there anything going on? Nope, still stuck on the 30th, and unfortunately they have taken the thermal camera away. Darn it. Alright, so that's okay, and we will take a look at the other one. This is yesterday's from Mauna Loa up in the caldera. If we refresh that, this is what today's shot looks like. Slightly less snow, still pretty much about the same though. Really no major change, and that is what we're seeing. Maria, you're back. Oh darn, you missed those pink elephants on the screen. Maria, where were you? Ah, I guess you didn't catch the pink elephant. That's okay. Anyway, that is all right. We'll get to see him a little bit later. You need another A in there, Kevin. But thank you. Hawaii map is a place that you can go and get the USGS map for Hawaii, and it will show. Yeah, it was a pink elephant, and definitely seen him. Oh, yeah, I actually saw it before the last break. Oh, okay, there you go. So not bad. Thanks, Kevin. And there it is. So if you want to go onto that Hawaii map, you can take a look at there. They've got some of these nice pictures on there on the cameras, and that'll be pretty awesome for you to have a look at. And really there is not a heck of a lot more that we can really talk about. If we go back all the way to our crooked picture up here, that is yesterday's. Going to refresh that, and oh, did they move our? Yeah, they moved the crooked picture. They took it out. They no longer want us to look at the fissure. And of course, there's the highway, or saddle road as they call it, and we don't see anything happening there. It's all quiet and peaceful. And there is, let's see, that is from Mauna Kea looking over at Mauna Loa. Same with that shot. Pretty cool. And here's the caldera we looked at. There's the thermal for back on the 19th. They didn't even update it. And that is really old. And I don't know what that is. That looks like a lava monster or something inside a lava tube crawling through. Creepy crawly lava monster. Okay, never mind. Let's carry on. And this one is from today. There's your fissure area here, 1, 2, and 3. Not sure, yeah, which order they're in, but that is the entirety of it. So pretty much what it is. Nothing really super special there. This is a current picture here as well, just showing the lava flow in a couple of spots. All right, I'll leave that be. It is break time, so what we're going to do is go take that break. After we come back from the break, we will take a look at our wonderful earthquakes around the world. And of course, here's the current seismic activity level is considered a moderate right now. So we haven't seen anything over a 6.4 for quite some time. So we can expect another bigger quake somewhere along, you know, if we're looking at these intervals, we're going to get one here soon. And we'll see what happens. Anyway, I'll leave it as that. I'm going to put you back onto the lava that we had there. And let's see if that is the right one. Yep, it is. And of course, that is from USGS Fissure 3. And there we go. We'll leave that on for the time being. And I am going to go take a break. For those good people who have not yet hit the like button, please do consider hitting the like. And that would be really awesome. Also, for those who are on the outside looking in, if you haven't subscribed yet, please do consider subscribing if you feel that it is, or that we've earned it anyway. Anyway, on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all here. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And of course, on screen is the last day of erupting activity from Mauna Loa at Fissure 3. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue Hayes and Sasha and Maria. Thank you. And I'm sure I will see Sharon Stewart. I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Right away. That's your cue. There it is. Oh, and we need to add all good. All right, I got it, Sharon. And thanks, Kevin Haynes. And there it is. Yeah, it took a little bit, but no worries. Okay, so let's leave this be, and we are going to go over and see what we've got with our earthquakes. And let's see. Oh, how did this get in here? All right, what do we got going on here? Let's see if we click on that. Does that make it better? I don't know if we can really tell, but no, let's go back. We're supposed to be right here. All right, so it's the female snowman or a snow person. Let's be politically correct. Is talking to the male snow person, and of course the caption reads: "There's, by the way, there's a rabbit hanging off of the male's carrot up here." You should really do something about that nose hair. And that is funny as all get out. So, yeah, do something about that nose hair, you guys. That is unacceptable to the ladies. And so if you've got nose hair, you better take care of it. So, pretty awesome. Anyway, let's leave that one be and get over to our earthquakes. So, a little bit of fun there. Thanks. And I think that was Sue that sent that in, so that's all good. Little bit of humor, I guess, for the most part. Okay, let's take a look at what we've got for shakers happening there. Ooh, that is a bigger one. We have a 4.0, and that happened at 6:31, 18.8 kilometers below sea level. And that is just about underneath our good Two Pineapples house. He's just a little further over here. They are, so I'm not sure exactly where they are, but they're over here somewhere. And that was pretty close. They would have definitely felt that. And that is interesting, and I didn't realize that was there until just now when I looked. So pretty cool. Anyway, let's zoom in and have a quick peek at some of the other ones in the Pahala area first. Everything here is between 26 and about 37 kilometers down. This is a 2.0 from 2028 yesterday. This one is 1.9 from today at 3:41 a.m. Then we've got this one, a 2.4 from 14:11. And then we've got a couple over here. We've got a 2.1 from 17:09. And then this guy, a 2.0 from 11:40. And this one, a 2.0 from 12:17. And this guy here is a 1.8 from 1:18 a.m. This one here, 2.2 from 1:52. And then a couple stuck together here, 2.4 from 15:15. And the other one is a 2.1 from 6 a.m. So that gives us our Pahala area really quickly. Let's grab this guy that's way out in the water here. 1.7 from 8:49, 40 kilometers down, so a little bit deeper on that one. And a quick peek at what we see. We didn't have any activity as of yesterday there, at Kilauea, but today we are seeing some 2.0754 a.m. 700 meters below sea level. This one is a 1.7, 7:01 a.m. 500 meters below sea level. Next one is this, whoop, not that one, this one. Oh, come on, I gotta zoom in a little bit. Give me a second here. Computer seems to be wanting to be slow again. It's I'm pretty sure it's got to be something to do with the update for the update. Anyway, 2.0746, 1.1 kilometers below sea level. 2.4, 8:24 a.m. 300 meters below sea level. And then this guy on the outside is 1.9 from 756, 1.3 kilometers below sea level. And of course the bigger one over here, yeah, I think the two pineapples will live out here somewhere, not quite underneath that, but still a 4.0, they definitely would have felt it. And that is at 6:31 is the time on it, 18.8 clicks down. And that is pretty good. And that's it for our quakes there in Hawaii. We don't see any of the other ones anywhere. And we'll go zooming down our coast here real quick in North America, West Coast. We look for the bigger ones. We see a couple little 3.2s here from 1756, 21.5 kilometers down. And then there's this one here in northern California from 3.0, 1610 was the time on it, 9.7 kilometers down. And nothing more until we get further down here and to El Salvador area, 4.6, 6:55 a.m., 10 kilometers down for him. And this one in front of Nicaragua, and that is a 4.2 from 7:05 a.m., 57 kilometers down. Then we see this one, Peru, 4.5 from 21:32 yesterday, 58.8 kilometers down. And we've got a 4.5 in San Juan, Argentina. That is 5:26 a.m., 121 kilometers down. We see this guy out here on the West Chile Rise, 4.8, 2:58 a.m., 10 kilometers down for him. Let's grab these ones over here by South Sandwich Islands real quick. 5.0 from 16:58 today, 47.5 kilometers down. Then a 5.3 from 14:52, 38 kilometers down. And this one, 4.6 from 15:30, 28.6 kilometers down. Busy shaking up all over the place there. We have two down here, and we'll look at those. 5.6, and that is Balleny Island region is what they're calling it. And that is 7:53 a.m. for that guy, 10 kilometers down. And the other one, a 5.5, 6:09 a.m., 10 kilometers down, same region. And there we see a big shaker in New Zealand, and that was a 5.0. I'm surprised nobody's mentioned that. 5.0, 9:39 a.m. and 10 kilometers down, and that is interesting time-wise. Oh, you did? I didn't see it, Granzed. No worries. And thanks for saying something now. That's I thought it went unnoticed. Anyway, going out here to Fiji, 4.5, and that is at 2:01 a.m., 612 kilometers down. Reported felt by over 20,000 people. Wow, that's a lot of people, a whole bunch. And hopefully everybody is okay, and that is the main concern. 5, I know it's not the hugest, but it's certainly not the smallest either. Papua New Guinea has got a few quakes. Let's look at the most recent one, 4.9 from 1839, 27 kilometers down for him. The one that's right underneath it, 5.0, 10:55, 27.5 clicks down as well. This one 5.1 from 5:55 a.m. 24.3 kilometers down. Going a little further over, we see some more. 4.6, 8:31 is the time on that, 10 clicks down. And another 4.6 right beside it, 8:46, also the time. So one is 8:31, the other one 8:46. That one is a 10.5 kilometers down though. And then one more in there, 4.8, a little bit different. And that was from 2:32, and that is 30.8 kilometers down. So things are definitely shaking in that area a little bit. And don't see anything in most of Indonesia. We do see this one. This would be Philippines 5.0. 4:43 a.m. and that is 57.2 kilometers down. C1 up here in the northern area of Japan, 5.1, 8 minutes after midnight at 42.1 kilometers down. And way up here in the Kamchatka Peninsula, we do see a 4.4. And that was from 1610, 132.6 kilometers down for that. And looking around, I just want to see if we see any other big dots. No, let's try this one. Uzbekistan, 4.4, and 16:31 was the time, 10.6 kilometers down. And this one's over here. Piggy mentioned these. She did not feel these newer ones. She is, of course, over on the island of Kos. These ones here, 4.1, 13:49, and 10 clicks down, and then 4.2 at 14:42. Neither one of which she felt over there in Kos, so that's all good. And let's see, we did mention this one earlier. We've seen it on the map, the 4.5, and that was in the Azores report. We do know that we had that other little swarm right there. Anyway, that 4.5 from 1320, 10 kilometers down, but we did see a brand new one, and right at the end of the Rikers Ridge over here. And that is from 1809, and that is 10 kilometers down, 5.3 in magnitude. So pretty awesome to see some shakers, but moderate. The level is still considered to be a moderate, which I guess is okay. The epicenter on the edge of the TVZ on the Hakurangi Rift. Okay, thank you, Grenzed. I hope I pronounced that correct. Hakurangi? Hakurangi. I hope it's right. Only a very ancient volcano remnants there. It is a rift, a stretching zone. Yeah, interesting. We want to be there, and we want to get stretched. Anyway, let's take a look at what we have there. Hikarangi. Everybody wants to get their Hikarangi. We see a brand new quake up top here, and that is a 3.8. Happened at 3 minutes after midnight UTC, so about an hour ago, hour and 3 minutes, and or something like that, hour and 23 minutes. Anyway, that is up top there, and we'll see what these other ones are here. Let's look around. We don't see anything too wild. We do see that one there, 2.1 from yesterday, or well, technically today, 2:59 a.m. for that one. And when is this one from? From 8 to 12, 2.1, and that is pretty cool and awesome there as well. How deep was that one? It doesn't tell us. Maybe it's further on the list here. No, 2.1. Why is it not lighting up? Maybe because I didn't click on it. How about that? 31 kilometers down for that guy. This one was 10 kilometers down. 31, that's a long way down for him. Anyway, let's zoom into La Palma. We're going to see what we've had for quakes in the last 24 hours there in La Palma. And we haven't had any. These are all yesterday's, and that is all okay. So that fixes that up real quick. No worries there. Let's go over to our interactive volcano map. I don't think there were any changes on the map that I seen. I'm going to refresh that real quick as well, just so we are up to date and we don't miss anything. Rub a lamp. Rub a lamp? Oh, okay. Oh, it's one of those genies comes out of there. Careful with the genies though. They can be troublesome, I heard. Kim Raudenbush had one of those, and hopefully it won't be too bad. Anyway, looking at what we've got here, yeah, Lascar, and what they got? They got an old Olago a volcano is now an orange. I didn't see that one before, and that may be something to take a look at. That is a new addition to our group in here, so we'll have to look at it. And that is not too far away from Lascar, so pretty cool. And these other ones are all the same guys as before. Let's see, everything here is still the same. They have lit up a few of the other ones. Yeah, Tercera, no, not Tercera, Tolica. And San Miguel are still there, and of course Fuego and his buddy, and then Popocatépetl, and the nice big stretch with no volcanoes in it, all the way from about central Mexico all the way up to Alaska, which is really nice. We see our two yellow ones there in Hawaii. Don't see anything else. And White Isle Volcano and Taupo still there, and Tofua still there, and of course our guys in Vanuatu are still pretty normal. Same thing with Papua New Guinea, nothing new. The Philippines, or Indonesia and the Philippines, all still the same. And let's see. Yeah, these are all still pretty normal, nothing new. So we're going to leave it at that for this particular map, and not worry. I think we have got pretty much every one of them, and that is that last new one as well. And we will go over and take a look at what we've got for SO2. And let's see if we can get over to that map real quick. And move it to SO2 and refresh and get on there real quick. And it is starting to look more blue all the time in all kinds of places, and looks like Canada has got a lot more blue in it. We do see this stuff here still lingering just off the coast of Canada and the United States, their northwestern states. That will probably move in and dissipate unless there's some rain coming through here to wash it out. That would be nice, but doesn't look too bad overall, not as thick as it was. We do see here Mexico City and Popocatépetl are still working hard to put all kinds of SO2 into the Gulf of Mexico, and then of course the Central American ones are dumping it into the Pacific. We are seeing this is starting to fade out, and hopefully in due time that'll all go away as well, since we no longer have what is it, a Reventador being really bad anymore, throwing out all that SO2. And Chile stuff we see is pretty normal, nothing too outrageous, and some of that, of course, from the people pollution, as well as the buildup from the stuff that's being blown in is making it across the continent and out the other side. Quick note, we see a lot of SO2 down along the south, or Antarctica, I should say. And basically what it is, as I explained before, is your SO2 will get trapped in rain and or snow. And when it comes down, if it hits the ocean, of course, it's going to cause the ocean to get a little bit more acidic, but it wipes out pretty much there. But when it gets into the snow and falls and freezes, or freezes and falls, in that order, it sits there forever until it thaws out. And once it thaws out, the gases are released again. And this, of course, is a gas that has been stored up over the year, and or maybe several years, depending on how much meltwater we've got happening, and that is allowing the evaporation of that SO2 out of that snow as it is melting. So that's where this stuff down south is coming from. Don't see too much from White Isle Volcano. Very quiet near Melbourne. Not as much over by the Sydney coking plants there. We do see a little bit of a plume sitting around Tofua. Not sure if that is an indicator that we might have some extra stuff from Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai there as well, bubbling out. You never know. Vanuatu still going pretty strong here. Most of it looks like it's coming from Yasur this time around. Aoba not doing as much as it was before, and looks pretty good there in Papua New Guinea, and same thing with Indonesia, and Ibu and Dakono still working hard. Not so bad there in the Philippines. Same thing with Taiwan. Lots of SO2 coming from China, and we do have Sakurajima creating a little bit of a plume down here, and Sakurajima right in here, but that is shadowed by the large amounts coming from China. And the stuff from Kamchatka is all blowing inward and twirling around up in Russia, so that is okay there. India pretty heavy as far as SO2 is today, and we see it starting to ramp up again there in South Africa. Still fairly soft and blowing to the west there in DR Congo. We can't tell where Eruption is. There's no plume. Lots of pollution from the refineries though, doing their thing. And Mount Etna being busy is recolored the map, and definitely a little bit more SO2 coming out of Etna as of late. So that may be a sign we might get some eruptive activity. And we do see a little clearer again there in England, Ireland, France, Spain, Portugal, those areas, a lot less SO2 levels, and part of that is up in Denmark as well, and Norway and Sweden, not bad. Iceland doesn't look too bad either, a little bit coming off of there, again, heating and possibly running the aluminum smelter is what's causing that. Anyway, we're going to leave it there. It is a break time, you guys, so I am going to go take a break. We're going to refresh this, and we will see what it brings when we get back from the break. So I'm going to find you some lava, and we'll put you back onto this one. I know it's not as brilliant as the other times, but I think it's neat to watch the smoke and the final kicks, if you will, from Fissure 3 from our wonderful Mauna Loa. Anyway, on that friendly note, for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting it if you're enjoying the show. Also, if you're sitting on the outside and you haven't subscribed yet, please do consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to take a 5 or 6 minute break. when we come back, we'll do the weather, and that'll be cool or warm, depending on where we go. Anyway, I'll be back. Don't go away. That microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching on VolcanoX live stream. Of course, the stuff on the screen is the last dying breaths of the Fisher 3 there on Mauna Loa when it was happening on the 10th of December. And that looks pretty cool. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue Hayes and Sasha and Grenzed. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart. And thank you, Maria and Thor as well. Excellent. Okay, let's leave that be. Let's go over to our weather map, since that is what's up next. We did our SO2 already, and it's looking better than what it was before, but the cold is still kicking around. Summer hasn't returned yet to the northern continent, or northern hemisphere, I should say. So, anyway, let's start out in Canada and the Alaskan areas. We see some cold up in the top there, kind of normal. Not that bad though, for the most part. It's not till you get over into Nunavut that you really want none of it. And that is pretty darn cold there, pardon me, including some of the areas in northern Quebec is getting that windswept stuff from across the Hudson's Bay there, which is probably frozen up pretty good. Looking at British Columbia, not bad for the most part. Vancouver coming in about 5 or 6 right now. Out there on the rock where our wonderful Bob C&D boy is, about 2 degrees. The interior of British Columbia, though, still fairly cold, same as what we've got here. We are actually getting a little bit cooler temperatures tonight, right around minus 14, minus 15. So not too bad, but I am actually going to put a fleece on. Tropical rain, stormy here. Oh boy, yeah, I hope you stay warm there, Grenzed. Yeah, minus 15 degrees Celsius is, you gotta keep warm. My t-shirt is doing a fine job. Looking at what we see here in the northern portions of Alberta and Saskatchewan, we've got some very interesting weather there. We do see some colder stuff down here around Winterpeg, and Judy M is probably getting some cold stuff around where she lives down there too. But as we slide over, we see again that stuff that's right around the Hudson's Bay area up in the north, keeping it cold up there, but warmer down on the bottom. We do see a low circulation here that will likely move in this way and create more wonderful snow for those people around the lakes. Anyway, Toronto coming in at about 2 degrees and seeing the handle here all the way up to about 4. Detroit making it to about 6. Chicago is sitting at about 4 over there. Let's go to Montreal. See 1 degree Celsius there, minus 5 or 6 in Quebec. Northern portions of New Brunswick, anywhere down to about minus 7 from about 0. And the southern end, of course, being a lot warmer. Cole Harbor, where Sue is, about 6 degrees, tropical temperatures, and that is pretty interesting there. And I just heard sirens not too far away here, and they just shut off. Scared the bunny, but the bunny went to go eat anyway, must be hungry. Looking at the northern portions here, a little bit cooler there, and then we get up into Newfoundland. They are not seeing those tropical temperatures anymore. It looks like everything went around them. Same thing with what we're seeing here in the northern portions of Labrador, really cold. We'll leave that be. Let's go to the other side of the continent and take a look at Portland coming in at about 4 degrees. San Jose about 10 today. And LA only making it to a 13. I hear trucks running. Hang on, I gotta peek out the window. Yeah, they're down in front of our place here. I wonder if my neighbor Jeannie underneath me here has got problems again. I hope she's okay. Las Vegas coming in at about 8 degrees. Phoenix making it to 11 today. And then we have Tucson coming in at about 10. Albuquerque only at about 2 degrees Celsius. And Amarillo coming in at 2 as well. Getting down into the southern portion, so not really that warm in Texas at all. It is fairly cool down there, but not as bad as it was. Plus 17 there in San Antonio, minus 17. They'd all be dead. Oh my God, they'd freeze to death. 15 Celsius, or somewhere around 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Here we go. In Austin, Houston, a little bit warmer at about 17, 18. They're getting up there. Only about 12, so about 54 there in Dallas today. And going over to New Orleans, 23. That's warmer than what it is in Texas. That's all good. And Mobile, Alabama, 20 degrees Celsius, or about 68 Fahrenheit. Tallahassee, about 69, 70 degrees Fahrenheit, coming in at 21 there as well. And same thing goes for Jacksonville in Florida. Miami making it to 25 today. That is awesome. That's a lot warmer than what it's been. Atlanta making it to about 17, so that's very nice as well. Charlotte for North Carolina, 17 as well. Grandma B's house also 17. That is pretty cool. And thank you, Thor, for throwing that, gifting a membership there. That is excellent. Thor gifted one membership, and that is awesome. And Debbie Brady got it. That is awesome. Congratulations, Debbie Brady, on receiving the 1 month free membership there. Compliments of Thor. So awesome. 12 there in Philadelphia, and then we also have 11 in New York, coming into 4 in Boston, a little bit cooler. We did look in Halifax, didn't mention it though, 5 degrees there, so a bit warmer than Boston actually. Pretty good. And Miami we already looked, and looking here at the west coast, we do see that that cold is still crept into the Baja area, still making it a lot cooler. And we see that all the way into Mexico, all the way down here, looking at about 13 or 14 degrees for the temperature there in Mexico City. And 26 Celsius in Acapulco today. Cancun only got to about 24, and hopefully they will warm up. The other side of the Yucatan is a little bit warmer here at Campeche, if I said that right. Awesome, Thor. That is very kind of you, Thor. And he's got Danish kroners, 50 of them. That is excellent, Thor. Thank you very kindly for that wonderful super chat. I appreciate it. And that is very kind of you to throw that in. Awesome. And looking here, Central America doing fairly well. We get down into Colombia. We start to see some warmer temperatures in a couple of places. Higher elevations, of course, are the green bands and the yellows here. But that is up on the mountains. Venezuela as well, 27, 28, depending on where you are, again, depending on the elevation. Same thing goes for Colombia and the rest of all of them, really. You see the cold stuff along the coast in the mountains, Lima, Peru, at about 19 right now. And you got to remember the sun has already gone down, so temperatures are cooling off. And looking at what we see here, and somebody is saying they're buffering, Sharon Stewart. No, my computer is still running. I'm looking at the bit rate. It's pretty solid. It did go up a little bit, but it should be within, when we see it within 100 bits, it's pretty normal. Hopefully it's okay there for you, Sharon. Anyway, Rio de Janeiro, 24 degrees Celsius. Buenos Aires coming in at about 23. We do see a few really hot spots there in Argentina, nothing really serious though. And we are seeing some anywhere from about 18 to about 22 there, and Uruguay, Paraguay making it up to about 24, 25 in the higher areas, or the lower areas actually. And looking here, what we got, low circulating this way, pushing all that hot air down onto the wonderful New Zealand, and I don't know what that low is going to do. This low here, of course, is just churning everything up, and that is probably what's causing the rain for Grenz over there. And we see some places in the South Island are hitting 28 degrees Celsius in some spots, but most of it around the 20 mark, 20, 22, and that's not bad. Wellington 23 there, and that is not bad. Grandma B gifted a membership as well. Thank you very kindly, Grandma B. And Irv GB got that one. Thank you, Grandma B. Grandma B. And gifted one membership. Thank you, Grandma B. Yep, gusts to 100 kilometers an hour. It looks like it is windy there. So that is because of that low being there, and that's going to be a while. It's going to either go this way or that way, and not sure the direction yet. We're going to see a more shear wind coming in here. That shear line in between this highs circulation and that low was going to get very intense in here. So you may see some stronger winds there, Grand Z. Hopefully nothing too serious. And Hobart down there in Tasmania coming in at about 16 today. They've got not a bad day for the most part, but cooler than what it could be. And only about 16, 17, 18 there in Melbourne. And Adelaide a little bit warmer at 21, 22. And getting up to Sydney, getting 23, 24, depending on where we're pointing. And the home of Oz up here basking at 34 degrees Celsius. Holy mackerel, you need an air conditioner for that. And going to the other side of the country, looking at Perth, they are sitting at the 30 mark too. And we do see the hot temperatures out here. Some of the locations 42 degrees. Wow, that has got to be the hot spot on the planet, 42. And that might be in here as well. These don't look like quite as hot, but very, very warmish for them right now. Our storm Ellie is still in here, and it has not dissipated. It is not going away. It doesn't want to leave, and that is not good. Anyway, looking at Fiji, about 27, 28, depending on where you point, and same thing goes for New Caledonia and our other Vanuatu areas, and very hot there in, wow, 36 there in Papua New Guinea and some places. The strip in the middle here, those are the mountains, by the way, just so you know. And that is what we see up there. They're a little cooler up there. That is all right. And looking at Java and the eastern portion of Indonesia, quite hot, a little cooler in the western portions over here on Sumatra and Malaysia, doing as well, same thing. Quite hot, 30-degree temperatures, very humid as well. Looking at 27 there, 28 in Manila. Bangkok probably coming in at about 27 as well. And thank you, Sue. And we see that cold is still trying to push down into that area. Unfortunately, the heat is winning. And again, Taiwan, top half cold, bottom half warm. And Yellow Sea, everything is really cold there with 1 or 2 or 3 degrees. And same thing with the Sea of Japan, very cold, and we see the cold air blowing across the continent. We see about minus 12 as the coldest temperatures up in the northern portions. Down on the bottom, though, where Sakurajima is, it is about 10 degrees Celsius. So that's what they've got. That's their morning temperatures, and that'll get warmer for the day. And I'm looking at the Kamchatka Peninsula, a very northern end. You don't want to be there. It's too cold. And looking over at Madagascar, of course, they're in the dark right now, and it is not bad. Nighttime temps really for those guys. 18, 17, 18 in Cape Town. Johannesburg coming in at about 14, 15. Most of Africa, so from about, well, up here where the Sahara is, they've got some colder temperatures, but the rest is pretty normal. Nothing really bad. Looking at our Middle East area, UAE coming in anywhere from about 21 to about 18, 17. So a little bit warmer than yesterday. Same thing goes for Oman. Still quite cool in some of the higher locations there in Yemen, but we see these two highs just about on top of each other. They're going to keep that weather pretty stable there. We also do see another high there and some lows here, so the high here is keeping it cold, and these lows are keeping it warm. And another low sitting up and up here in Iraq, and that is of course affecting everything in that area, Syria and Jordan and so on. And of course Cairo only making it to about 11, 12 degrees again. Not so good for them. Looking at what we've got here in Turkey, still about the same, down to about 12 degrees for the most part, below zero. And let's have a look at see what Piggy's temperature there is there in Kos. And the map says 13 to 14, and what Sue just brought up there says about 11 degrees Celsius. I think that's probably about right. And moving on over to Sicily, I bet you about 4 or 5 degrees there at what is it? Randazzo, 4 degrees. There we go. And that is where Yvonne is, of course. And she is officially back at work as of, well, it's now tomorrow there. So she's going back to work, and we'll get updates on Mount Etna again, which will be pretty cool. Anyway, Naples about 10, Rome about 8, Milano making it to 9, which is really nice. And New Irish Monkland, anywhere from about 9 to about 12 degrees. The coastlines, of course, a lot warmer. And a lot cooler there in Burr. Really a lot cooler there in Portugal as well as Spain. Below freezing for the most part, and very low single digits, and it's actually very warm up in the other areas in France. Looking at half of us, France, it's fairly cold, and the other half towards the coast, and Tanto is from this area enjoying about 13 degrees Celsius right now, and Paris coming in about 10 degrees. So that is pretty cool. And Munich, 2 degrees today, not so warm. Frankfurt only a 4, and Cologne coming in about a 9. And Yvonne probably wishes she went back home to warm up. A 3 in Berlin, and a 6 up there in Hamburg. While we're on the way, Copenhagen, I made it to about 5 right now. And Aarhus, is it Aarhus? Aarhus about a 5 as well. Looking at that, let's take a quick peek at a very cold Oslo, 8 or 9 below 0. Minus a 5 there in Stockholm. We do see St. Petersburg at minus a 3, and the same as Moscow. Now going over to England, we see them getting a wonderful 12 degrees, and that is pretty warmish. A little cooler in Wales, and up here in Scotland a little bit cooler as well as some areas around that 1 degree mark. And of course Cork coming in at 10, Dublin about 10, so Irish Monkland over here in Doolin probably about 10 as well. And yeah, we see that cold up in the northern portions of Sweden, Finland, and those areas. Reykjavik coming in about 6 degrees Celsius according to that. This one says a 5 on here, pretty close. Still very chilly, and hopefully they'll all be okay. And let's switch over to precipitation. We're going to go through that really quickly, and we'll finish the stream off without doing a break here. So let's just look at it. We see along the coast we still have all these different systems, several lows creating some rain and havoc and snow. A little bit of snow and rain in the interior of British Columbia. We do see some stuff up in the northern Yukon and kind of along the border of Nunavut and Northwest Territories here as well. Nothing in Alberta or Saskatchewan or Manitoba for the most part. Even northern Ontario looks pretty clear. Remember that low I was telling you about? It is right there. So we're going to get more lake effect snow for these poor folks around there. And let's just keep going with Canada here, looking at New Brunswick, or not New Brunswick, Newfoundland or Labrador is getting nailed, as well as northern Quebec. But that is pretty normal for northern Quebec and that area. We do see more snow here in Newfoundland, and some rain for Sioux and Cole Harbor. So I wouldn't doubt that it's raining cats and dogs there. And Boston has got some rain as well. But this always worries me around the Great Lakes. We got some ice rain happening there. And then hopefully that's going to stay over the lake. But I remember as a kid, we lived in London. Actually, we lived in Stratford at the time. And Stratford is, where is it on here? Does it show it? Strathhoy? No, Stratford. There it is. So when we were in Stratford, we had some ice rain so thick that there is no way that you could open your car doors. It was about 4 centimeters, 5 centimeters thick. They didn't have silicone spray back then. And trust me on this, we as kids, because of course the schools wouldn't open, they couldn't get, the teachers couldn't get to the schools, so everybody got to stay home. It was kind of it wasn't a snow day, it was an ice day. And we ended up basically strapping skates on, and that's how we went up and down the roadways, is on skates. And if you wanted to go shopping, you put your skates on and went to the stores that were open. We do see a little bit of moisture still in California and some ice rain, and of course this system that is coming through Mississippi and Louisiana, Alabama, and of course Georgia, and that is getting into North Carolina, Grandma B, you got storms coming. Get ready. Batten down the hatches. You might have a little bit of rain now, but you got more coming. And looking here, we see pretty normal. Actually, it's pretty dry there right now in Central America, and pretty normal for South America with our rains there in the rainforest. Bottom end of Chile getting nailed with some rain. And here's what Grenzed is getting. He's getting nailed. And that's, we were kind of talking about that yesterday, and you know, this is going to keep feeding it. This low needs to go away. It either needs to move up and get pulled into this low, or something to be able to get out of there. Otherwise, this is going to sit and churn for a while. You don't want that churning. That is always bad. And that's about it. It was for the magic umbrella. Yeah, something. Anyway, we see another low sitting there. Hopefully not too bad in Tasmania as far as rain. Maybe a little bit in Melbourne and the eastern side, southeastern side of Australia. But up here, Ellie still doing her thing. And I don't know how long that storm's going to last. That has been going for a couple of weeks already. And looking at everything through Papua New Guinea, from Papua New Guinea all the way down to Fiji, including Tonga and places like that, they are all getting some rain. And the same thing with Indonesia and the Philippines. It is the rainy season for them. So that's what we're seeing. And snow in Japan, the western sides especially, and the Kamchatka Peninsula, snow up in the middle, and we see some more snow building for them there. And we see our storms going all the way across. Where's that other, that turned into a high. Where's the other storm here? We have that other storm that must have died out a little bit, or got consumed, or it went all the way over here. Anyway, rain not so bad there in the southern portions of Africa. We do still see this though, and that is a good indicator that we've got more storms coming in the near future. And looking at Sahara Desert, pretty dry. More rain in Saudi Arabia. That's pretty interesting. Same thing with up in Iraq. And no rain for Piggy for a few days, which is really good. Does not look like it's raining in Sicily. We do have some out here in the Mediterranean, but nothing too horrible. And along the Italian coast, about the same thing. And maybe Sardinia is going to get a little bit of that rain. We'll see what happens. That might push down as well and wear out. And looks like Strait of Gibraltar got a little bit of rain, but Spain and Portugal, nope. Bottom end of France, where it's colder, is not that bad. And then up on the top, of course, Tanto is having to put an umbrella, and I don't know, the Eiffel Tower might get wet a little bit. Remus is also getting some moisture, and then we look at Belgium. Luxembourg is lucky, just a little bit there, but definitely Hermian is probably getting a lot of rain right now. And the western portions of Germany, as well as pretty much all of Denmark getting nailed with rain. And that looks pretty nasty. There's that low up top here, and there's probably another low pulling all that in. There's a low here, we know that for a fact. We can see the circulation. Anyway, this stuff blowing across here, of course, that is the Gulf Stream, and we see it going across Ireland and England, and especially up here in Scotland, really nailing everybody there. Snow in the southern portions of Norway and Sweden, a little bit up on the top end here, but nothing to speak of. And then we look at Iceland, and we see the eastern portions are getting nailed with some snow. And that is about it for our precipitation around the planet. And let's go back to temperatures. We're going to see what we've got for cold temps around the world. And it looks pretty balmy again down here and in this Antarctica. Wow, minus 37 is what I'm seeing. That is incredible. Minus 37, that is, those penguins are going to need a lot of sunblock. A lot of sunblock. Oh my God, that's going to be bad. 37, do we have anything colder? 36 over here. 35, 36. Not seeing any really cold pockets. There might be, 37. Is there a 38? No. I'm not seeing a 38. And no, I don't think so. All right. Minus 37 is my guesstimate for there. Whoa, hang on, I just seen it. There was an 8 in here. Where'd you go? There was a minus 38. 36, 37. And not seeing it. And okay, well, let's just live with a minus 37 for right now for Antarctica. And let's go into Greenland. I know Greenland is horribly cold, and Greenland had minus 40, 50 something temperatures. Let's zoom in down here. 48 already there, 45. Let's see. I did see a minus 50 in here earlier, minus 49 already. And let's see, where is my minus 50? It was somewhere around here. And I don't see it. Okay, so far a minus 49. A little warmer over there. And let's see if we can find it. A minus 48, 49. Got to be a minus 50 in here somewhere. Let's zoom into that area and check. And where are we? No, not seeing it. And I am going to have to go with a minus 49. Oh, minus 50 right there. So there we go. Minus 50 degrees Celsius. There we go, and don't fall asleep just yet, Maria. And that is all right. And so a minus 50 there in Iceland, or sorry, Greenland. That should be Iceland. And we know it's horribly cold here in our Arctic. And Arctic will come in at about, I don't know, I'm gonna guess about a minus 50-ish. I've seen that before. So let's see where we are here. A minus 37, minus 40, 41. Nothing too cold there yet. And let's go up in the northern climes here. And really I get cold. A minus 45, 46. Minus 47. What else we got in that area? A minus 50, 52, minus 52 there. So a minus 52 in the Canadian Arctic. And do we have a 53? No, I don't see it. But a minus 52 we had. So we'll live with that, and we'll hunt more later. Minus 52 in the Canadian Arctic, and let's go to Siberia and freeze us out. And minus, yeah, it's already a minus 50 there. That is horribly cold at those areas. Boy. Minus a 40, 50. There's a minus a 53. And let's see, where is that? We'll see if we can zoom in on this area here. We had a minus a 53 showing. And there's a minus a 53, minus a 54. And do we have anything colder? Well, Siberia is a big place, a minus a 53 so far, minus a 54 so far. Okay, and let me go check a couple other spots and see what about here. Let's go take a look at this area. And that is a minus a 50, 49. No, a little balmier if you ask me. So that is pretty good. And but you know, in general, you look at how large of an area that is, and it's all that cold. And that is just incredible. And minus 51. So far we had minus 54 in the other spot. So let's keep looking. And there's got to be some colder temps hiding down here somewhere. There always is. This is a cold, cold place. And we have a minus 51 there as well. And let's see, minus 40s. No, not there. What about in this area? Minus 40, minus 50 right there. And let's see if we got anything colder than minus 54 Celsius. And going up that river, checking the areas, minus 48, 45, and no, 47, 49, 50. And don't see anything more chilly than that. Oh, here's a minus 51 all of a sudden, and that is pretty cold already. Minus 51. Brr. Minus 51, 52. We had 54 on the other side, so I think I'm going to have to live with a minus 54 degrees Celsius for our Siberian stuff. And let me check one more area up top here. See if I see anything colder. A minus 48 is not cold enough. And, well, it's cold enough. Plenty cold for me. I don't need any colder than that. Are we hiding some secret temperatures here somewhere? I don't think so. Minus 41, that is 43, that's not so bad. So minus 54 is what I'm going to say for there. He beat me minus 52 Celsius for Doc. Brr. Yeah, that is Siberia minus 54. And what did Sue have? Sue had, a minus 57 there in Siberia. That is cold. I don't know where you found that, but that is darn cold. But yeah, you can go ahead and do the airdrops to all of them. And that is too darn cold. Too darn cold. And that is what we got. Getting ready for the cargo drops of food for the what are they? Mammoths, polar bears, penguins, and you are including walruses today. So we got the reindeer and the walruses. That is awesome. That must mean that has got a lot of fish in there today. So pretty cool. Seals, all right. That'll be good. Keeps them all fed. Seal or walrus, all cool. And on those friendly notes, that is about it for today's show, you guys. It has been a wonderful show for a Tuesday. And of course, we are going to continue on with. Oh, I didn't want that on there. Let's change that to this guy here, and we can finish it with our lovely Mount Etna, and that'll be good. Let's see. No, not that one. Where's that time clock? There it is. So that is going to be it for today, you guys. And thank you, Sue, for doing the cold challenge, and that is all good. We have to look after our global wild animals. There you go. I'm doing a good job taking care of my bunnies, and hopefully everyone will appreciate that. Anyway, I see we are still a little ways away from that 100 mark as far as the likes. Let's see if we can at least get it over 90. Is there someone who hasn't hit that like button? Give it a shot now if you haven't done so already. And I want to say a big thank you to, first off, my moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, C&D Boy, Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and Lucas Snow, and Joseph Fields, and the rest of them that might have been hiding in the background. And also a big thank you to our wonderful super chatters. We had Full Circle Florida and Thor, both threw in a nice little super chat. And then, of course, we had Kevin Haynes, Thor, and Grandma B, each gifted a membership. And I do see 3 memberships on the board here. So that is awesome. And on that friendly note, it is time to wrap it up. Thank you, everyone that is here. All of the members, the non-members, you're all part of that lava family. So that is what is important. And your input is welcome. And we appreciate every one of you being here. Hope that the 3rd day of January so far is treating you well, and that the rest of the year goes just as good, hopefully. On those friendly notes, be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, and please, most of all, please, and I'm sincere when I say this, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and this was a VolcanoX live stream. Good night, everyone, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Oink, oink.